Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to paint an image that I've had in my dreams since I was a little kid, and it all falls into my long-term career and life goal to stand on the surface of the moon and make a painting. Something I've been talking about publicly over the past 16 years. So today is the 16th anniversary of me talking about going to the surface of the moon and making a painting. And when I first started talking about this, it seemed like the most ridiculous thing on earth. And I did lots of interviews on TV and radio and newspapers. And it was kind of in the joke section. And then over that last decade and a half, things have changed quite dramatically where now there's a rocket full of artists going around the moon in the next few years. And I had some interactions with the people involved in putting that project together. I'm not a part of it, but it's been interesting to see that whole thing to come together. We'll see when and if it actually does occur. My goal has not been to go around the moon, it's been to go onto the moon. So I want to make a painting documenting my vision of what will happen sometime in the near future. So here's the template for it. I did create a sort of sketch and then use my iPad Pro to draw over top of it, and obviously put in a spacesuit so that I could survive out there. Now, a few years ago, I did the 13th anniversary of this project. And so here's the images that I used as inspiration for those images. Those videos are there on YouTube. It's actually in the description below is the link to the actual video. So I made these paintings. Probably should have only done one in a period of time, and I did them pretty quickly. So I'm going to see if I can devote a little bit more time to completing this one here. So let's get right to it. The plan is going to be to get an image on the canvas, and then we're going to stain it, and then I'm going to talk briefly about the project idea. I've talked, I think, extensively about it in the past, and there's lots of links to where I'm on news channels and breakfast TV shows and things talking about it, and doing speeches, and there's lots of stuff on my YouTube channel talking about it. So I don't know how much more I want to rehash all that. I'll do a little bit of underpainting. We're going to do some background stuff, and then spend most of our time working on the figure and canvas, etc. So, and I gotta pick my daughter up from school in 5 hours. So so we're limited in time, so I'm gonna be as efficient as I possibly can. So, if you're new to the channel, please consider liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell. Roughly 70 to 80% of people who watch these videos are not subscribers. So I'll have, somewhere between about 5,000 people a month, 10,000 people a month will watch these videos. And usually about 400 or 500 people would subscribe. So it'd be super helpful if even just a few hundred more people subscribe to the channel. And if you want to help the channel with a small donation, you can use PayPal, you can use Super Chat, you can send an e-transfer or a check, a physical, actual, real thing. They still exist through the mail, and so you can contact me through my email. My email is on my website and on the Facebook group. Those links are down below. So let's look at our first step here. So let's get an image onto the canvas. Let's get this whole process started. Let me show you where you can find the image I've just been showing on the screen. So there's a Dropbox link in the description below. You click on that Dropbox link, and it'll go to the Paint the News folder, which is different than the normal Master Study series, in which I've done over 300 episodes of. The Master Study series is mostly painting from photographs or photo collages that I make. And even though this one was one of the first ones we did as part of this series, I put today's image in this same folder, so folder number 7 up top here, you'll see here's all of the tools to do the first 2 paintings we did. And so these 3 files up here, you have the photo collage and then the drawings I did on my iPad Pro using, the Procreate app. So you can download those and put them onto your desktop, and then print it from your inkjet, laserjet, work printer, etc. And then when you've done that, you'll have an image like this on a piece of paper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply this onto a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel. And they usually come wrapped in plastic. And then I take them out of the plastic, I give it a sanding of 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso. And the reason I'm flipping it backwards is you can see how when I paint it, the gesso drips off the edges, and that's why I get some of these drips and finger smudges and things on the back. And then I let it dry overnight, and then I sand it again in the morning with some 100 grit sandpaper, and it makes a relatively smooth surface. And that's going to make it a lot easier to do little details. Okay. I just realized I left my normal green tape upstairs. Well, it is home. My studio is here in the basement. But somehow maybe blue painter's tape is more appropriate for going to space somehow. Okay, so I'm just taping it right in the middle. And I'm going to use some graphite paper. You can see one side's a little bit darker than the other. So the darker side always faces down. And you can see I've used it many times, right? So we can reuse this material over and over and over again. Okay. Do I want, well, I'm going to reserve the moon, or the Earth, actually, I should say. Let's get a ruler for this. Let's speed this process. I see there's Ari in the chat. Yay, I'm on time. I think I'll try to paint this one during the live painting, or doing the template right now. So you're probably a little bit ahead of me, Ari. And there's Asanul says, kinda looks like a moon. What does it say? Kinda looks like... Oh, it kind of looks like Dali on the moon. Awesome. Sorry, there's like an icon hovering over your comment there. I couldn't see. Yeah. Does, yeah. Kind of a satisfying sound, that woo, woo, woo. So again, we're going to paint over all of this stuff. So just a cursory bit of tracing here. Just thinking about this dome, how to preserve that. Sometimes if you've used a piece of carbon paper a number of times and you try to trace, maybe there's not carbon right where you were. So it's a good idea just to move the carbon over a little bit. Okay. Actually, let's keep the tape there. Well, maybe we'll need that ruler too. Okay. So we got our image on the canvas here. So let's move to the next step. Stars says, is it morning there? It is morning there. It is just past 10:23 a.m. here in Vancouver, Canada. Having my morning tea. Okay, so let's get to start painting this. Now the first thing that I do before I start painting is I apply an Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is the priming layer. It's something that artists have been doing all the way back since the beginning of the Italian Renaissance. And I like to do it myself as well. I think it makes a really nice addition to a painting. So I'm going to apply some warm yellow across the surface, and the technique that, or the palette that I use, is called the split primary palette. So I'm going to use 6 tubes of paint plus white. I have black, but I can mix my own black. So I like to mix my own black rather than use black out of the paint, out of the tube. I like to use black to mix. I like to mix my own black rather than use black out of the tube whenever possible, especially for a scene like this where I want the sky, or the space, I guess, to be black. But if I put black right back there, it's going to leap forward ahead of everything else. So having a bit of slightly grayish black, which is what happens when I mix these colors together, because all of these paints have a little bit of white mixed in there as filler, and which we'll see here shortly. I like to mix my own. So I'm going to use this Amsterdam paint, and for my Imprimatura, I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep. But if you don't have this brand, and I think this is your best bang for the buck, it's the cheapest paint, the highest quality cheap paint you can get. A tube of this 250 milliliter paint costs about $15 Canadian, or probably about $12 American. If you're paying more than that, you should really look around to find a better deal somewhere, because there is deals out there for paint. A lot of people buy stuff off of Amazon, and I have links to this paint on Amazon, but I find art supplies on Amazon can often be more expensive than anywhere else. So cut that open. Well, I was going to cut this tube open, but I can't find my... Oh, there it is. My little spatula. My trusty spatula. So what I like about this is, you know, this tube seemed to be completely empty, devoid of paint, and yet when I start scooping into it, I realize there's plenty of paint still in here. How does that come from? That rhythm. My trusty spatula. Dun, 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 dun. Obviously, they're not singing about a spatula. I feel like it's from some musical. I watch a lot of children's television, which often has singing in it. So it could be from that. It could be... I feel like maybe it's Moulin Rouge, since we did a Toulouse-Lautrec episode later, and I was watching Moulin Rouge, both the original and the more recent one. Okay, let me cycle through some of these names of paints here real quick. So you could also use Golden, Lascaux, Liquitex, Winsor & Newton. I'll go through all of these. Now, I haven't tested most of these paints, so I can't say for sure that they'll work, but I have a pretty good hunch that these are the right colors to recreate what I'm doing here. So The only way of knowing for sure is to get the paint and then to use it, and then decide for yourself how saturated those colors are. I'm always looking for, like, if I'm trying to find two yellows or two reds or two blues, I want two of them that are as far apart from one another on the color wheel as possible. Now, two paints that I am not a fan of are Peebo and Museum Color, because they put too much titanium white as a filler in their paint, and that makes it impossible to make a black. We get like a kind of a medium light gray, unfortunately, and it's all, well, most paint companies add a little bit of white there as a filler, especially less expensive paints. But Peebo, which is a major global brand, and Museum Color, which is a much more niche Canadian brand, put just way too much, and it just makes it impossible. So I don't recommend these paints unless you plan on doing a lot of pastel colored paintings. I'll get to these comments there in a second. So, let's apply. Oh, I forgot. I need to get some water here. One moment. Okay, so I'm going to put some of this water in here. Well, I usually put about 40% to 60% paint. Just had to get rid of 10% there. This is obviously extremely scientific. And just blend that in well. Again, the reason why this is the only time I ever really paint with water in my acrylic is water is what we use to clean our brushes when we paint with acrylic. So just imagine that when you when you add a lot of water on it, you're basically dissolving the bonds that keep the paint together. Now, why of all places is this acceptable to do in the foundational layer of a painting? Well, we're painting on top of gesso, and gesso is basically paint with plaster powder in it, and plaster absorbs water really well. So it helps. Basically what we're doing is staining this surface. So it's not so important that the paint is gonna, I'm not worried about it adhering or not adhering to the surface, because it's gonna soak into that plaster. And the water helps it really get right into every little nook and cranny there. Beautiful. That's almost a little bit more yellow than I normally do, but this is also a much more personal painting than some of the other ones we do in class, so it makes me perfectly happy. Again, I always wipe all that excess paint off my brush on a rag before I clean it in the water. That way most of the paint goes onto the rag as opposed to in my water, and then I can paint for 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, as I've done in the past, with just a small cup of water. It looks really yellow right now, but I mean, I wouldn't want to drink it, but it's relatively clean. Versus I know people who, after every 5-10 minutes, are always cleaning their water because it's just full of paint. Okay. So all these questions here. Asanul says, suppose you're really on the moon, then what'll you paint? Like, are you going to do something toward the realistic side, or something surreal, or something else? That's a great question. You know, it really depends on what we see while we're up there. And part of what I've spent the last really 25 years of my life doing is learning how to work really quickly under extreme conditions. And if you see my website, you see me painting in fighter planes, painting at the North Pole, literally the North Pole, in order to sort of train myself to work in extreme conditions and draw and paint really, really quickly so that I can describe things that I see with relative fidelity. So when we're up there, probably be something relatively realistic, but not photographic. Because I've talked about in the past how we sent lots of soldiers, and we've taught them how to use cameras, so not really photographers, but soldiers, to take pictures. But we've never sent a creative person up there to document outer space. So, you know, that obviously involves some interpretation, and so and often amplification of things. So it's hard to say exactly what I would paint up there. Star says he has already been on the moon in reality. Guess I am not wrong. I saw it on a news channel. Markowsky Art, please start live sessions more vigorously after 20, as I will end up with my class 10 and enjoy the company for painting as my hobby. Why don't you sit and draw? Am I wrong doing that? I'm not sure I understand those comments. Start the live sessions more vigorously after 20, as I will end up with my class 10 and enjoy the company for painting as my hobby. You mean, am I starting the episode 2 slowly? More vigorously. Okay, I'll try to be more animated. Let's make this painting, guys. Come on, let's do it. Yeah. And why don't you sit and draw? Am I wrong? You're certainly welcome to sit and draw. That's awesome. I'd love for you to keep me company. Pascaline says, hello, I've got the song in my head now, Walkin' in a Moon. Got massive headache from coffee withdrawal. Walkin' in a Moon. I'm not sure who sings that song, Walkin' in a Moon. I'm gonna have to find that. Furbait says, hey, Mike. Hey, Furbait. Stars says, you ignored my comments. I think I just talked about them right now. So Furbait says, you're so masterful at your craft, Mike. Thank you, Furbait. That's a funny name. Star says, how could you manage to talk to a ghost for 8 hours straight? I hate ignorance, by the way. Big tears, very upset. I'm not ignoring you. I'm also doing a few other things over here as well. So I'm trying to accomplish some tasks as well as go through some of these chats. And Furbait says, yeah, Mike, I checked those videos out. I still can't believe you went to the North Pole. Ari says, I'd paint the whole Earth en plein air. That's true. Yes, make a painting of Earth from the moon. That would be awesome. Yeah, I would love to do that. And I wonder what you would call. We could come up with that term now, because en plein air, right, which means painting outside, technically in English. But you know, there's no air in outer space. So what would you call en plein air? There's got to be a really wonderful French pun. French, if you like punning, as I do, French is a wonderful language for punning. There's got to be something really up there. Sting walking on a moon. Okay, Sting. Oh, what, the police did it really. Yeah, Ari says, good point. En plein espace. I love it. That's great. Thank you, Ari. You just made my day. That's great. Adding something new to my repertoire. Okay, so let's move on. Thanks for all those comments in the chats, you guys. I love a little laugh here that brightens my day. Okay. So I'm just going to talk about this briefly. I've talked about my project of painting on the moon many times in many different settings. So I'll maybe just give you a quick little overview of this project here. Maybe just as a quick little call out encouragement to join our Facebook group. So in, I think about a week, next week, I think, we're doing our next bonus feedback episode. So anything that you put here on the Facebook group, I will give some free feedback to. Look at that. Great job, Darlene. So if you're working on a painting or drawing and you want some advice on how to improve it, post it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work and I can give you some free advice on how to improve it if that's something you're interested in. Okay. So, I have been talking about going to the moon for the past 16 years. And originally this began as a bit of like a dream, actually, where like a literal dream, sleeping and having this dream of being on the moon and making a painting. And at the time I had this dream, sorry, I'm clogged up here. At the time I had this dream of standing on the moon, I was journaling in the morning. I would try to write down my dreams as soon as I woke up. And so I woke up and I was writing this down. And I remember writing it down and laughing. Oh my goodness, that's the stupidest, silly thing. And then yet throughout the entire day as I was walking around, I was like, well, is that really so stupid? Because, you know, unless humanity, unless we blow ourselves up in some nuclear war over the next few decades, at some point, with the continued expansion of space exploration, there's going to be more and more people out in space, and eventually bases on the moon, as we use that as a kind of launching point to further deep space activities. There's going to be not just soldiers on the moon and scientists, which is pretty much the only people thus far that have been in outer Earth orbit. There has been some space tourism to like the space station and just orbiting the Earth. But predominantly those also have been just billionaires. And so most of them are again, like maybe IT specialists or inventors. There has been the guy who founded the Cirque du Soleil, right? So that's probably the closest we've ever had to a creative person in outer space. And even then he was in lower Earth orbit. So imagine if we sent an artist into space, and even more specifically to my goal, onto the moon. How that person might provide a different point of view than the various different images that have been created for us by robots and by soldiers, really, because those are the main sources of images that we've had over the past, well, maybe 50, 60 years of space exploration thus far, right? So we've sent, you know, robots and now some devices that have AI in there to go take pictures and document those scenes. And then we taught soldiers, a lot of Air Force pilots, to use cameras and go to the moon, for instance, and take pictures on the moon. But just think about, like, if you had a really important war, would your main goal be to find a bunch of painters and photographers and ballet dancers, teach them how to use guns, and then send them to the front line to fight a war? I mean, if you wanted to get rid of all of your creative class, that might be a good idea. But that's essentially what has happened when we've sent soldiers to go to outer space and document outer space. And nothing against people, the men and women in the armed forces who have, protect us on a daily basis. That's how, I was a war artist, a Canadian, part of the Canadian Forces Artist Program. Okay. Look at this mood lighting. Dramatic mood lighting, right? So I was a part of the Canadian Forces Artist Program, or the War Artist Program. And through that program, I was embedded with the Canadian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and got to go up to the North Pole. And I got to I'm the first person in history to make paintings at the North Pole and document that scene. And then a year later, I became the first person to make art flying in a F-18 fighter plane. And so I'm the first person to ever make art while moving faster than the speed of sound. And so my goal has always been to try to put myself in uncomfortable situations to describe the experience of travel while literally traveling, while moving through space. So here's just a few of these articles and interviews where I've spoken. You can listen to, I think, the whole interview that I did for the CBC. So here's some examples of the paintings I made at the North Pole. Here's me drawing in the back of a CF-18 Hornet. And here's one of a photo from an exhibit I did after flying in the fighter plane. Some of the paintings that I made in the fighter plane. This is an article that came out. This was in the Vancouver Sun and then reproduced in every major newspaper in Canada. And it shows me here with some of my paintings and a little NASA cup. Oh, here's my NASA mug. And so you can read these articles. All these articles are in the description down below. There's Vancouver is awesome. I also did a 20-minute talk on as part of this event they have here in Vancouver called Nerd Night, where they gather people who are interested in science and art and have different speakers. And I was invited a few years ago to do a presentation. And so it talks a little bit about my history, but also dives into the different things that are required to paint outside, and there's all sorts of all of the obstacles that need to be overcome, and the research that I've done already, and people I've partnered with. So you can watch that. And then so while I've been talking about this over the past 16 years and being ridiculed for it, and I've appeared on lots of news programs, at the very end where they talk about a cat being stuck in a tree and some weird thing that's going on in town. I've been that weird thing going on in town on television news for the past 16 years, talking about going to the moon. And so it was always kind of a good little chuckle for the news broadcasters. But one thing that happened about 5 years ago is that this billionaire in Japan, who's basically Japan's version of maybe Elon Musk, or not even Elon Musk. he runs like the Japanese version of Amazon, and his name, who owns Amazon? What's his name? Anyway, he Yasuka Miyazawa is this fellow right in the center here, and he's a billionaire, but he's also one of the world's best and biggest art collectors. He's got a huge art collection. Very famously bought this Jean-Michel Basquiat painting that toured the world. And so he decided what he was going to do is put $1 billion of his own money together to invite a whole bunch of artists together on a rocket that would circle the moon, and then invite those artists to make responses to that experience. So when that project was announced, I'd already been talking about this for 9 years, and of course, as soon as that happened, all these newscasters that had been talking, about my work and my project at the end of their broadcasts immediately contacted me. I was actually on an airplane flying back from Hawaii when all this was announced, and got on the plane, and I got off the plane, and there were dozens of text messages and missed calls and stuff. I'm like, what is going on? I remember standing there, looking at my phone, like waiting for my bag to come, and like just being inundated, and people like, have you heard about all this news? Anyway, so I did all these interviews talking about the importance of space, and it was a little bit, honestly, a vindication for me to hear that finally someone is also talking about the importance of sending artists into space. Because, when we talk about space, there's a lot of people like, oh, space is boring. Haven't we went to the moon 50 years ago. What's the point? We've been there, done that. It's a waste of money. And then you hear, NASA talking about like, we can't get people excited in space, and kids don't care anymore. And I think to myself, that's interesting. So you're having a problem getting people excited about something that I think is spectacular. And yet you've relied on soldiers and robots to become the primary image makers or image takers of outer space. And you're surprised that the images that have thus far been created haven't motivated or excited people enough, or at least people have lost interest. To me, that seems like as Dr. Phil says, I don't ask myself why, I ask myself why not. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that people don't really care about space these days, because we haven't engaged the creative community into producing images or poetry or dance, literature, or whatever it is, paintings, sculptures, films that create a renewed excitement in space. And so to hear Miyazawa promote this idea of going around the moon was really exciting. Now, as I said, I'm not part of this group of people because they're just going to go around the moon, and my goal is to go onto the moon. And I had conversations about this, and they're just like, okay, buddy, well, whatever. But, I am kind of like determined to see my own goal through, and I don't want to be like, well, you've already been around the moon, so we got to find somebody else to go onto the moon. And I'd be like, no. So I'm holding out for the chance to go to the moon, and I know at some point it's going to happen eventually. And probably artists are going to be the last people to stand on the moon, because as I'm sure people might say, well, it's just a waste of money anyway to send scientists to the moon. We've got enough problems on Earth. But personally, I think the more we engage our dreams and ambitions and promote that out there, that engages people to create discoveries that help here on Earth. And that's been proven throughout history. Then all the inventions that have come to us from the space program are things that we use in our everyday lives, including we wouldn't have phones, right? If smartphones in our pockets and tiny little cameras if we hadn't gone to the moon, right? So This is something I believe very strongly in, and it's a passion project for myself. And so maybe it'll be, I said by January 1st, 2030, that I'll go to the moon. Maybe that will happen. Maybe it'll be a few years after that, and maybe it'll just be my ashes in a little vial laying on the moon. But we'll see. And so my goal has always been to encourage people to talk about this and to think for themselves about the value of going to space. And clearly that's happened already. So a big part of my initial goal and ambition has been achieved by Miyazawa creating this program for artists to orbit the moon. So by that sense, in that way, my project has already been a success. You know, just that last major goal of actually going to the moon and making a painting is the next step here. So maybe just before I move on here, maybe I'll just put, my goodness, look at all the comments in the chat. Star says, meanwhile, Markowsky painting on the sun in 2050. Millerito says, oh my god, hello, I've been learning how to draw from your COVID playlist. Awesome. You are the art teacher I never got. Thank you so much. Thank you for saying that. That is so sweet. Same. And Star says, same, Millerito. There's Pascal says, hi all, Michael. You'll need to find oils that stay liquid under low temperatures. Acrylic wouldn't work unless you paint from inside the shuttle or the moon. Definitely. Well, the good thing with oil paint is oil paint will stay wet in really cold temperatures. In fact, some might even say they work ideally in cold spaces. One of my mentors, when I was living and teaching in Los Angeles, was an artist who had a refrigerated studio because he made really goopy, thick oil paintings. And so he had this studio which was like a refrigerator, and you have to go in there and dress up in a parka and a hat and some gloves and paint in there, because otherwise the paint would just slip right off the surface. So by having it in that colder environment, the paint actually works beautifully. And so when I was at the North Pole painting, I also encountered that same sort of thing. So the paintings that I made at the North Pole when it was like minus 40, minus 50 degrees up there, actually was like, that was like the best painting experience, just in terms of the consistency of the oil paint, was painting in a really cold environment. Now, yes, obviously in outer space on the moon, because it has no atmosphere, the temperature varies widely. So, you know, in the direct sun, it can be like boiling, right? Very, very hot. And yet, so let's say on one side, facing the sun, it is boiling, and on the other side, it's freezing cold. So that's actually more of the obstacle that needs to be overcome, is how to create some sort of painting material that can deal with those extreme temperature shifts, right? Star says, can you please tell me why you are so underrated? Like, you should be titled with Painter of the Moon. Furbait says, world never appreciates artists. So, why am I so underrated? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who would say I'm way overrated, so I'm not going to engage with that. I'm sure, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with where I am in life, so I have no expectation of anybody ever watching anything I do, and that really helps keep my ego in check. Star says, my dream is to draw in the marine trench, maybe the Mariana Trench, the one at the very bottom of the ocean where James Cameron went. Another creative person, a filmmaker, you know, I really admire his desire to explore our own Earth and parts of Earth that haven't been visited by people yet, or robots, or soldiers. Star says, nobody will laugh. Graham said, I drew while going 130 in a Honda CR-V. That's awesome. I also did a project where I was strapped to the roof of a car going 100 miles an hour through the desert in near Joshua Tree, kind of outside of Las Vegas, a while ago. Oh my gosh, almost 20 years ago I did that project. So yeah, I've done paintings in all sorts of situations. Furbait says, Mike for 100 years, Mike for president. Ari says, I don't see what's ridiculous about it. It's a great dream. Plenty of people would like to go to the moon, but have we thought about what to do there? I love that. What a great, that's fantastic. I like hearing that. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. Like, yeah, we want to send people to space and tourists to space, but like, what are we going to do when we actually get there, right? A lot of people just look out the window, wow, that looks really cool. And then they come back home. And then how do they describe that? One of the things that was most exciting to me is when I did my project, let me see. Where I went, I flew in the fighter plane as part of the War Artist program. Is after the flight, like, so I was flying in the back of a CF-18 Hornet, and there was another pilot from the American Air Force flying kind of next to us, and sometimes going, you know, doing loop-de-loops, and we were doing all these acrobatic maneuvers, and I was drawing them. You know, after that flight, the thing that stressed me the most going into it and afterwards was what those pilots would say when they saw the sketches I created in the plane. And I don't have a picture of it. And I think what was the coolest thing was, and so this is also a director who made a documentary about my project in the airplane. The coolest thing is hearing from the pilots who were really excited, and I don't know why I don't have it in here, but I was on the cover of a magazine. A retired fighter pilot, a Canadian Forces fighter pilot, wrote an article about my trip, and he wrote about how the fact that most fighter pilots fly by instruments, so they're mostly spending most of their time looking at all the dials and things on the console in front of them, rather than actually looking outside. And because, you know, they got stuff to do, they're not up there to sightsee, right? So what he said was kind of my project, what was so exciting about it was it sort of gave him an opportunity to see this and experience the act of flying around at supersonic speeds, even though he had done it hundreds and hundreds of times professionally on behalf of citizens, right? As a fighter pilot, as an official Air Force pilot. And that was probably one of the greatest compliments I think I've ever received in my entire life. To hear that a pilot who's done this looked at the work I'd created and was like, wow, that is so cool. That's like, I never really had a chance to just sit back and look and experience things, and your work documented my experience, and I can share that with other people in a way that, you know, just talking about it in a bar, you know, over some beers or something, was never really able to do. So that to me is, you know, affirms sort of my project and this idea of trying to describe this experience using the unique talents that I have for people that have both never done that or may never do it, because we're not going to be able to send everybody on Earth to outer space, but also to share that experience with people who have done it, right? And because they're often so busy doing other things that they don't get a chance or don't have the words or the ability to express what that feeling is like. Okay, there's so many comments in here. I'll try to get through some of these here. Star says, my most difficult condition to draw. AC got damaged and I had to draw in temperature 20 and it was still hot for me. Meanwhile, Markowsky, hold my cup. I like that. That's pretty funny. AMD Abdullah says, hello, sir. Good night. How's your day going? Very good. Thank you. Yeah, here the sun is just rising on my side of the world, and your side the sun's going down. I wish you a good evening, my friend. Barbara says, hello from Bristol, England. I was watching NASA update yesterday. There will be a space station orbiting the moon very soon. Book your ticket, Michael. Awesome. Thanks, Barbara. Great to see you. Ari says, I cannot imagine how inspired my favorite artists, musicians, and writers would get if they went to the moon. It's a great idea. Thank you so much, Ari, for saying that. Titus says, can you please say my name? Sean. Hey, Sean. Nice to see you. I'm glad I get to say your name, Sean. I followed your beginner's drawing course. That's awesome. Please say my name, Sean. Hi, Sean. Jean says, I'll pray that you will make it to the moon and back. I think the and back is also very important. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Mufasa says, hee, a true teacher, the sole person on entire earth who managed to convince me that I can draw too. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. Thanks, Mufasa, for saying that. Wow. I'm so glad that you're drawing. Wow, that is so cool. Again, that's, to hear that, I was able to help encourage you to draw when maybe you didn't think you could or other people weren't encouraging you. Oh man, that's so cool. Titus says, where were you born, sir? I was born in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So, kind of in the middle of North America. Barbara says, we are going to mine the rocks, split off the oxygen, and use it to fly to Mars. Yeah, there'll be all sorts of industry on the moon, for sure. And Mufasa says, maybe we'll grow the wildest floras. They're straight out of our fairy dreams. Can you imagine that? Barbara says, yeah, NASA already has plants that have adapted to weightlessness. I did not know that. And Asanul says, I don't know why, but whole thing kind of gives me a bit of a Solaris-ish vibe. Yeah, Tarkovsky, Solaris, yes. This is a great movie, right? And the one with... who did the new version with George Clooney? Not Cronenberg. Soderbergh. Steven Soderbergh did that one. Okay. Sean says, say my name, Sean. Please, sir, what did you eat? Sir, what did I eat? What did I eat? Oh, God, goodness. I haven't had much to eat so far because I just got out of bed and turned on the camera and started live streaming. Barbara's working on the masterclass group of 7 paintings. Star says, I was studying and she texted me, what should I do? What should you do? I don't know. What should you do? Sean says, you are going to be the first person to paint on the moon. I appreciate your encouragement. Thank you, guys. Okay, so let's start painting. So, probably before I get any main paint, I've got my Imprimatura on here, this yellow, but I think I want to mix some kind of dark color that I can use to keep some of these features intact as I paint on it. So I think I'm going to mix a dark color like a black. So I'm going to take my cool yellow and my cool blue, my warm red. So I, excuse me. As I was scooping this out, I thought I might have put a little bit too much red in there. So what ends up happening, basically I've got this, to make a black, what I'm doing is I'm taking my cool yellow, my cool blue, and I mix a green, and opposite from green is red. So if I mix these two colors together, they're in the right quantities, they're going to cancel each other and make black. Now here though, I've got a brown, so that tells me I kind of went a little bit over, and so my color currently is a little bit over here, right? Because brown is basically an orange with blue in it. And so I need more of this blue to pull that brown back into the center, right? Where all the colors cancel each other out. Okay. So it's still a little bit on the brownish side, but it's okay for what I need here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm kind of deliberately painting this a little bit of texture, hoping that that bit of extra texture will help me see this paint through subsequent layers of other paint. Now I'm not going to paint over the whole thing. It might look like that. My goal right at this moment is just to paint these outer lines here. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. Let's just clean off some of these brushes. Ari says, tonight I'm trying to paint along with Michael. I'm finally challenging myself to do that. Well, I appreciate that. It's cool to have someone painting along with me in real time. Of course, I unmute it and then cough right on the microphone. Sorry, I was muted. What I was meaning to say there is that so I've painted with a little bit of texture my underpainting so that I can just barely feel it. And then as I paint more over top, I should be able to still see some of those lines. That'll give me a hint as to where they should be. Okay. So, now that we've got, a little bit of underpainting done, let's start putting in our background. And for this, I'm going to say my background is going to be basically the sky and also the surface of the moon. So, to do the sky, I'm basically just lay in a black here. Although maybe, let's just take a look at this photo collage that I created. Yeah, I mean, the sky is, there's not a lot. I don't really have... Sometimes I've had a little bit of a glow there, but often that's because of some kind of atmosphere, and the moon doesn't really have any atmosphere, so it's really just basically the white of the moon and then the dark sky, as opposed to some sort of little kind of glow that we might see if we were standing on the earth, right, in the middle of the night. We'd still probably see a little bit of light over the horizon because of the way that light interacts with our atmosphere. So instead, I'm gonna mix. As I was mixing this black previously, I should just mix a bigger batch of this stuff. Alas, I didn't. So let's do that again. Let's mix more black. Now, mixing your own black is tricky for sure. And it's almost impossible to get it, quote-unquote, perfect. But I kind of like that. I like that we can have a black that isn't just black. It's got, maybe it's a little bit more purpley or a little bit more bluish. Oh, I have this cough all of a sudden. Okay. Because I teach all the time. I'm always talking. My throat sometimes gets very dry. So I might have to do a couple coats of this black. Gosh, sorry. Okay, so you see I just painted over the dome of the helmet there. Okay, so let's blow dry this. Okay, so I'm going to need to mix a bit more black. And I'm going to make this just a little bit more on the bluish side of things. So that's a little bit too blue. Let's take a bit more cool yellow. Let's take a bit more of that. A little bit green. A little bit of red. Ooh, yeah. Just a little bit more blue. So, as I said, remember, I like that when I mix my own blacks, it's very hard to get it perfectly black. It often ends up a little bit more one or the other. And so if it's going to end up a little bit more one or the other, then we can be a little bit more conscious of, well, if it's going to be a little bit purpley or going to be a little bit brown, then let's take some control over that situation and make it the kind of color that we want it to be. Let's make a creative decision. Let's choose one side over the other. I'm going to blow dry this again, and I may even do a third coat here. Just because right now it appears perfect. But it's possible it could be a little bit patchy. And by putting that third coat on, I'm going to eliminate that possibility. Because just depending on the way the light is here, it might be different than the way the light appears, when it's hanging somewhere. Okay. Also, when I'm getting up close to some of these edges, often the paint can either be both very thin when we get up close to, let's say the figure here, or it can get really thick. And so it's just sort of important to kind of manage that and kind of be conscious of it so that when we get close to those shapes, we try to get consistent. Like, so for instance, down here at the horizon, I painted 2 layers there already, and it's still a little bit kind of thin. And that's because when I get close to that edge, I get a little bit, worried about painting over it, so I lay up on my brush a little bit, and less paint comes out, and it means that that area is a little bit semi-transparent, which again, nothing wrong with transparency if you want it. I also like doing that, just getting the sides. Sometimes I like leaving the sides a little bit bare. Okay. I like that. Now, just before I move on, I'm going to take all of my black that I've accumulated here. I'm going to scoop it all up into a little pile so that if anything should happen while I'm painting, I can go back to that blob. So there's enough there to maybe do almost a second or fourth coat of my sky. And that way, if something happens, I can go back and just dip in and get that. It might have been a little bit more bluish what I had on my brush. So. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. So notice that the inside of the helmet is, I didn't quite paint a lot, a second or third coat there. It's because probably inside that helmet, it's going to be slightly gray. So, I'm like, what, if I'm going to paint that in there, let's leave that rather than painting it, because I can also still see the dome there, and I can paint that. Maybe, in fact, let's do a little bit of that next, because we're going to paint some whites and grays next. So, in fact, I'm going to blow dry this while I just have a little think to myself. Wow, look at all these comments. Asanul says, it'd be very fun if Michael did real-time sculpting streams. That would be cool. I have thought about doing that. And I do have lots of clay that I bought for that purpose. I just haven't done it yet, but we are thinking on the same lines there, my friend. Absolutely. Barbara says, I think maybe Sean deleted some comments. Sean, we've all got to start somewhere. Michael's classes have changed my life. Making art is an important part of my life now. Wow, that's so cool. And again, dramatic lighting. You know, this is when you go to the moon, you have to expect some technical difficulties, right? So, you know, I've gone to great lengths here to simulate, you know, the lights flickering on and off. Imagine how long it took me to make that happen deliberately on cue. Thank you, Barbara. That is so generous and sweet of you to say that. I really appreciate that. Leon says, Michael sounds like he has a cold. Yeah, I've had this persistent cold forever. Went to the doctor and, you know, oh yeah, no, it's just cold season, it'll go away. I'm like, yeah, it's been going on for months now, but anyway. Pascal says it's cold on the moon. It is cold and hot. That's the thing. That's the crazy thing about the moon is we think of outer space as being freezing cold, but there's places on the moon where, you know, you put a cup of water down and it would boil instantly, right? And yet, if you stood in front of that same boiling cup of water, it would freeze and shatter, right? Because of the shadow just would descend it into freezing cold. Pascal says, will there be an earth in the background or the sun? I am planning on putting an earth back there. I might hold off on a little bit and get more of the painting done and come back if I have time. But that is the plan, for an earth kind of to be up here. I did that, I didn't do it before because I wanted kind of a nice kind of background without too much kind of fiddling around there. So I figure if I can do that after I've got this in, that's my plan anyway. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. Asanul says, will you do any master studies on Goya or Zdzislaw Beksinski? I've never heard of this fellow. Pascal says, we did one on Goya already. That's true. Thank you, Pascal, for helping me out there. Polish painter and photographer. I'm not... okay. Not aware of this fellow here. Let's look at some. Oh wow! Whoa, these are wild. Yeah, it'd be fun to do something with him. Currently the schedule is jammed packed, but I would love to incorporate this fellow in there. That would be cool. Oh, he just died recently, huh? Dystopian surrealism. Very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna add it to my list there. Thanks, SNL. Dang, you got clays? Maybe do a sculpting 101. That'll, like, again, change the lives of people for sure. I appreciate that. That's so cool. Wow. What a generous group of people you guys are. That's why I love doing this, is because just the generosity of the people like yourselves that are watching is just gives me so much encouragement. I really appreciate that. Okay. Let's see. Let's paint the Earth now, or the Moon. I keep thinking the different place. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna change something with these lights here. This is kind of driving me crazy. Okay, so to paint this lunar surface, let's make a gray. And what I'll do, I'm going to take this white, I'm going to mix it in with where my grays were. Oops. And you could see that my gray was a very bluish green. So I'm just adding so I just added some matte medium to my gray here. So what I'm going to do is I'm looking for what we call a local color. A color that's maybe in between my dark and my light. So not like a perfectly white surface, neither like a perfectly dark black surface. Kind of like a in-between gray. Oops, let's... Now it appears I've covered up all of my pencil lines. They're still there. When I blow dry this, that's going to come through a little bit more. That's why I put the matte medium in there to make this gray a bit more transparent. feel like I really could probably have put just even a bit more gray, or a matte medium, I mean, into that paint to make it just a bit more transparent, but it's going to be okay. It's always going to be okay. You're painting with acrylic paint. It's like the most forgiving material. Barbara says, Michael's on the moon in his socks. Oh, there's Lolly. Hi, Lolly. Ooh, what was that? Must have brushed my elbow or something onto there. Ah, you guys are too funny. Too funny. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. Okay, so this is great because now I've got this my background, or my background essentially, even though this is foreground, well established, and now I can add details into this, lighten and darken things. So I've kind of got that medium value that is really nice, and you could maybe still see a little bit of the tripod from the easel visible, the tripod or the easel legs there. So Do I want to start painting? I guess let's start painting some of the moon here. So I'm just mixing up this slightly darker gray. That I can use to, in fact, I'm going to put glazing fluid in it. Now, one thing with outer space, because there's no atmosphere, you're going to have pretty strong shadows. So what I'm doing is just sort of painting in some of these, just at this moment, just sort of almost like discolorations of the ground, just sort of blending them out. And I'm going to do the same thing with some white here shortly. Because the background that I've chosen here is, you know, it's rocky, but there's not like a lot of craters kind of thing, right? So basically, this is, if this looks kind of random, it is totally right. I'm just kind of filling in areas where it could be a little bit lighter, a little bit darker, to kind of create the sense of an uneven surface here. And also, I guess I should also make a decision as to where the light should be coming here. If I do the Earth like that, then the sun is sort of coming from this way. So I probably want my shadows to be going. Where should I have my shadows? Let's say they're going to go that way. So I'll reverse some of this. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing, but in the other direction now. I'm going to take a whole heap of white here, mix it onto my dirty brush, I'm not really looking too closely at the original at this moment here. So people are like, yeah, obviously. Okay. I feel like that gets things started. By no means is it done, but just sort of establishing kind of this uneven surface here. Don't want to do anything more at this exact moment. I think I'm okay with that for right now. Ari says this is speed painting. Well, we'll see. 3 hours from now, if you still agree that this is speed painting. But I think that's a good kind of start in that area. It's kind of totally abstract, just kind of letting some darker areas form, lighter areas form, that then later on here I can kind of accentuate if I want, or completely contradict them, erase them, you know, gives me lots of options. So I think next I'm going to work on the foreground. I'm just going to blow dry all this right now. So Ansul says, imagine when you're painting on the moon, and at that very moment, Cthulhu started to stand up from the earth. And Lolly says, maybe Michael will do that version next time, or maybe we can. I'm interested to see that now. That's very funny. H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu, the kind of the omnipresent dark force in most of his books. That is funny, yeah. we haven't done anything quite like that before. That would be kind of funny. Okay. Probably the closest would be either the Goya painting we did for Father's Day, where he's tearing Saturn, devouring his son, or the William Blake painting of Ghost of a Flea. Those would probably be the two scariest. I guess we did a Van Gogh skull too. Be a fun one for Halloween, although I've got a few good ones coming up for Halloween. Okay, so let's go to our foreground now. Now that we've got basically the background established, and I considered the kind of the moon surface here to also be part of the background just for the sake here, let's now start painting in the easel, the painting, and the astronaut figure as well. And I consider those, for our purpose, I'll consider to be the foreground elements. So let's take a look here. I forgot so when I sketched this, so I did that initial collage. I just had I took a photograph of myself pretending to paint in my living room, and then I photoshopped out those elements, and then I just drew an astronaut costume on top of my body here in the Procreate app. And I'm trying to remember where I got this image from. I actually was planning on doing this last year, but didn't have time. So I think this is probably, if I recall, based on the So they unveiled these new space suits. Prada to design the next gen spacesuits. Interesting. Huh. I think this looks pretty close. To what I was using here. In fact, let's rotate it. Okay, there we go. So you can see this just gives you a little bit of how I compose these images and view. Let's hide that. Right, just look around on the internet, find some images, use these as inspiration. So this is going to be kind of my model for the space costume I use here. Maybe before I do that, though, I think I'm going to start painting the easel and get that in place. And also, while I've got some of this gray here, I'm going to use this gray paint. So obviously, you know, if I paint the painting inside the painting black, just like the sky, it's going to be too dark and it's going to disappear there. So I'm going to paint it another gray over top of that later. But I think I want to do the easel next. Now, probably on the moon, I'd be probably using some sort of aluminum easel, which would be like silver or gray. Although maybe it would be some sort of gold leafed kind of thing. So, you know, I could make it brown. I'm going to make it basically a brown, but we'll pretend it's sort of like a gold. So to make something that kind of looks like kind of a brownish gold, we want primarily warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, a tiny bit of warm blue, so that's the color I want. I'm going to make a version though that's got a lot of white in it, and then maybe paint over top of it again. So we'll start out that. And you know what? I'm going, where's my ruler? So my pencil lines kind of disappeared a little bit. So I'm just trying to find them again. Yeah, I'll stay zoomed out for right now. Now I may actually just put this in right now as a placeholder. That way I can paint a little bit more of the moon without having to worry so much about accidentally painting over top of my easel legs here. So I think I'll do that. I'm just going to paint these in just to sort of hold the place and then go back over them a little bit later on. Maybe almost towards the very end of this painting. You could also use Posca pens if you have something, you know, maybe a yellow, well, it could be any color you want, but in my case, probably some kind of a yellow, could be a silver, could be a gold Posca pen. Like I drew my line a little bit too long here. No big deal. Alright, I can easily cover that up. I love this. Oh, so great. Just so absurd. I think you gotta laugh whenever you're making a painting, whenever you're making a sculpture, whenever you're dancing or writing poetry. Um, there's just something, you know, absurd, but absurd really in the best way. Best way possible. Okay. So this costume, the space costume. Or I reversed it, didn't I? Okay. Can I get rid of that? Can't delete it. Okay. Well, I want to make a gray, but I want to make a gray that is distinct from the moon's surface. So maybe a gray that's got a little bit more of maybe one color in there. And I think, you know, when I look at this, I see a little bit of like a golden color in a few places, a slightly yellowish quality. So I'm going to add that into the space costume here. So maybe let's do this right here. I'm going to take white. Oops. Maybe a little bit more matte medium than I wanted. I'm going to take my matte medium. And you can see I'm barely adding, oops, sorry. I'm barely adding yellow into this white, just a tiny bit, and it really changes it pretty quickly. Like, I think that's good enough. Like we were talking, I probably added a couple grains worth of salt to this white. The reason also I added matte medium here is to make it a little bit more transparent, so that when I paint over top of this surface, I can still see my pencil lines. It might be a little bit more transparent than I really need. just wondering, do I want to keep painting? I think I'm going to paint just to do another layer in a few places. So now that I got that initial layer down, I'm kind of painting the shapes here. I'm kind of painting in the direction of the form. I always find that helpful. You can see why doing a little bit of underpainting and going over some of the pencil lines is helpful, so that when we start painting things like white all over the place, they're preserved, right? Now, you know, I've been painting for a couple decades, so I have confidence that even if I lose my pencil lines, I'll be able to, you know, approximate them again and paint them in. But, you know, if you're a beginner painter and you're worried about losing those pencil lines, you know, spending a little more time doing an underpainting might be helpful. I do think sometimes when you lose the pencil lines, which can be frustrating, sometimes that can be super liberating, because often when we have those pencil lines still visible, people end up being really focused on painting exactly within the lines. Sometimes when the lines just disappear, you're like, okay, well, can't see them anymore. I might as well just, you know, have fun and kind of invent some stuff. And so what can seem as like a major problem can be actually very liberating if you can see it that way. I think I'm also going to paint the rocket ship this yellow in the painting here. Or I guess, well, technically it's whitish yellow, right? See, I mean, when I see stuff like this, it already makes me very happy, you know? Obviously, there's still a lot of ways to go here, but I can start to see things kind of coming together, and that is very exciting. Oops. So what's kind of funny is I could kind of leave the painting within the painting kind of very unfinished, and that would be fine, because that's could be what it would look like at some point in an early stage of that painting. So we'll see. We'll see how I'm doing with time-wise. Wondering about painting his mask here. I think this white dome is a little bit too bright. I'll darken it. But at least I've started that process. Ah, and there's Senga says, hello, I was just in, was out for dinner. Was painting the talisman. Oh, yes. The painting from last class. Your giggle buddy. Barbara says the best sci-fi book has to be The Hail Mary by Andy Weir, the same guy who wrote The Martian. I haven't heard of The Hail Mary. Andy Weir I like. Yeah, I've read The Martian, and that's a great book. A great movie too. The book is fantastic. I read the book after the movie, and I was like, wow. Asanul says, I wonder, can we use the chiaroscuro technique for this painting? How will it look? Maybe more cinematic. Totally. Absolutely. Leon says, when you go into space, it's important that you're color coordinated and not wearing last season's spacesuit. That's definitely Pascal sells Prada. Prada making the spacesuit. I hope engineers and scientists get their say on it. I bet. And Ari's, there's no time for laughter. Gotta catch up. Barbara's still working on the white pines. It's half finished. Okay. So let's, I want to mix a skin tone. Let's get a little bit of flesh in here. Is this still happening a bit there. Let's take a warm yellow, warm red, tiny bit of, oh, a little bit too much blue. Quick brown in here for hair. Okay, let's blow dry all that, and then maybe move back to the background here. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the background. So now that I've got my foreground established, I'm going to go back to the background and tackle a little bit of that. Now, I did say I ultimately would like to put the Earth kind of up in the sky or in the space. I don't know how we describe what we see on the moon there. I'm going to wait until maybe at the very end, just because I got to pick my daughter up in about 2.5 hours, so I don't want to spend an hour there and be like, I got all this stuff to do. So I'm going to try to get most of the painting done, and if I got time, I'll put the Earth up there. So really what I'm going to focus on now is the lunar landscape around the central figure here, and try to paint that as quickly as possible. So that's where I'm at right now. so there's my drawing, and this is my reference image for the lunar landscape. So let's continue putting in some darker grays. Oops, accidentally mixed in a little bit of warm red in here. I'm just gonna add a little bit of cool blue and cool yellow back into my black. A little bit too dark for... Because like on the moon, it's either white or black. There is some grays. Those grays are pretty subtle, so I don't want to go too heavy-handed with that. Because unlike here on Earth, where there's the atmosphere and light sort of bounces around off of all those particles in the atmosphere around us, on the moon it's just there's no oxygen or really anything anywhere, so the light just goes right through. It doesn't bounce off a lot of things, so it could be slightly gray in some places, but okay, so maybe I'll zoom in on this. I could have done, just skipped, and just gone right to this earlier on. But, I was still trying to figure out what I'm doing. So sometimes I like doing this, just kind of use a really light color, or not a light color, but just a very semi-transparent color to kind of block things in so that I'm not like totally committing to it. I'm just sort of trying things out, and then once I get I can see it, I'd be like, oh, okay, I think I want to amplify that. I want to kind of tone this down. One thing I'm trying to do is go for kind of horizontal kind of stripes going across this painting, because that's going to help give a sense of depth and horizontality to the landscape, so it doesn't end up looking like a big wall in behind him. Right, the more vertical kind of marks, the more it's going to look like there's some sort of vertical kind of space or shape. Whereas I focus on more horizontal lines going left to right across this painting, I'll kind of contradict that type of sorry, none of that's on camera. Just painting away, not mine, just as if I'm just all by myself here. And then you look up, you're like, oh no, I forgot I'm doing a live stream. Cool. So that's super subtle, but as I said, unless we're painting like rocks on the moon, it's going to be pretty subtle. So now I'm going to go the opposite direction with a little bit of a lighter color. So big thing too is I want to keep, if there's lines, they kind of are going to go disappear behind objects and then reappear on the other side. So I don't have like a big clear stripe here that just stops. On the other side, it doesn't continue. That is kind of jarring a little bit. And even if that happens in a photograph, I would encourage you to not do that in your painting, because you might say, well, that's the way it looked in the photograph, and people are like, okay, well, yeah, but this is your painting, so your painting has to exist on its own, independent of the photograph. So sometimes you've got to paint it wrong to make it look right. Like usually when you see, if someone's painting from a photograph and it doesn't look bad, it's often because they're so focused on painting exactly what they see in the photograph that they don't allow the painting to breathe on its own. And so got to empower that painting to be able to have its own little life there. Okay, I think that's good for this initial stage, right? I've got kind of these areas of lighter and darker areas. Senga says, Martian art. I like that. Martian, like there's art in the word Martian. That's pretty funny. Abdullah says, my astronaut is still in a rocket on his way to the moon. We can go up with a plain spacesuit and return with dye effect painted all over us and our spacesuit in the spaceship. Yeah, it'd be cool to come back with a very uniquely splattered paint suit, wouldn't it? So now let's start articulating some darker forms here. So I'm going to take a dark gray, not my dark, not black just yet. So I'm painting these like little spots, rocks. So this is a gray that's just maybe a tiny bit darker than the gray that I've been painting thus far. putting in just all these little dots randomized all around, like little rocks. And most of them, they are going to get a little bit bigger as we get closer to the foreground. But there's still also going to be tiny little spots close to the foreground. I think also while I'm here, I'm going to start putting in these kind of footsteps. Some footsteps that kind of overlap one another. Now my color kind of is a little bit lightened up here, this gray. Not really purposefully, but I kind of like that there's a few different ones here. Okay, let's come up with the light. I think we want the light to kind of go back towards this direction here. I'm not sure how kind of accurate that is, but we'll go with it. So I should have tried to sketch this out. Where would we say? Probably astronaut head here. Stamping with my wrist on there. Might have been nice to have had a little bit of light coming in between his legs there. Let's see if I can get a little bit of my white to come back here. Kind of looks like an angel or something. I like that. That's cool. I didn't do that purposefully, but I will go with it. Okay, let's put a bit more of these. Little rocks all over. I think I want to preserve this black just in case I need it. So I'm going to mix more of another black again. Again, this black is a bit of a greenish quality just because I applied warm red. So let's put a bit more warm red in there. Should drag that green into the center. Still a bit green. Let's put a bit more warm red. Oop, that might have been too much. Okay, I'm just going to take this black I just mixed and put it into my grays here. So I'm just sort of darkening that gray. let's I'm going to put a little bit of highlights on the other side of there. So, but I'm just going to continue with shadows like on rocks and things. So let's put a big kind of boulder or something right here. So I don't want to have too many dark shapes further back here, because they will kind of appear to come forward. So I want, if I'm going to use any black, I want it to be closer to the foreground. So I just added a little bit of white into the same color just to, so I can capture some of these darker shapes, but they're not as dark as the ones that I was applying earlier. I'm so tempted to do some sort of little halo thing there. I got to resist that urge. Because I'm, you don't want to kind of beat people over the head with some image and people are like, what are you trying to say? That you're some sort of angel or something? You're just like, it was just something that kind of came up. It was kind of interesting. I'm sorry. Although, technically, I was named after Michelangelo. And Michelangelo, like that word means the angel Michael, the archangel Michael. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm an angel. I'm sure my mother would say I'm an angel. Let's go the other way. In fact, let's take more white. So wherever we have a strong shadow, we also now need a strong highlight. So now we can kind of almost do the opposite of gray dots. Little white dots. Goodness gracious. Lots of comments. Okay. I think I'm just going to plug my heater in here. Oh, come on. There we go. Ah! My screen fell asleep. Okay, I'm just going to blow dry all of that. Eugene says, I love all the footprints. Senga says that highlight just makes it pop. Snow Knight says, hello, sir. Is there any way to earn money using art? Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If your goal is to make money making art, then you'd have to be super strategic. And it's hard to create new things when your primary goal is to make money. Because you end up becoming more of a business person than an artist, and it's hard to kind of have the passion kind of coming through the art. So my recommendation is always focus primarily, or at least firstly, on making good art, and then try to find a way to sell it. You can reverse engineer it and try to find what people want, and then make things that will appeal to what people already want, for sure. That might work for a living. If you want to create something that, though, stands the test of time and is liked by people 10, 20, 500 years later, then I think your primary goal should just be learning your craft and executing your craft. Learning how to paint really well, so that because that's what people are ultimately going to want to pay more money for, is something that is done really well. Like, you might be able to get people to buy something that is, done mediocrely well, but is priced really low. But if you want to do something you feel really passionate about, it's going to take some time for that to catch on. That's why, like, in art school, they often discourage people from trying to sell art. I mean, not sell art, but just to try to, like, get a gallery and start to kind of, working on the business side of things, because then you're less likely to experiment and take some risks when you feel like, well, I've got to, keep my customers happy. I got to keep my gallery happy. And then so people start to get more and more rigid in what they're doing, and we want them to be more expansive and try different things, because you have a lifetime after art school to experiment and or you have a lifetime after art school to focus on the business. When you're in art school, you really want to be exploring every material and media as quickly and go through all of that as much as possible, so that because once you start, just think about, like, any big business, it's like becomes a bigger and bigger ship, and it's harder for it to turn, right, to pivot. When you're kind of small and there's nothing at stake, you can pivot all over the place, go in any direction. No one's really paying attention, so you can really try different things. It's harder to do that. I mean, there are examples of the Beatles or Bob Dylan, right, switching directions, but those examples are so wild and astounding because they are, the rarer cases. It's harder to really make that one big switch. Okay. Maybe I'm going to do another title here. How am I doing? Or I guess I did, that was my second background, so let's do foreground. So let's tackle our foreground again and start kind of doing some detail on the astronaut and the easel, etc. And I'm not sure if there's more I want to do on the moon surface here. So let's let's move forward here. So I think I want to do the easel, just clean that up right now. So let's take our, we made a kind of a brown, oops. So start with our warm yellow, tiny bit of warm red, tiny bit of warm blue, I'm adding a kind of substantial amount of white in there so that I can paint over, places where I painted black. Now I know that there's going to be some shadow on these easel legs, but I want to use maybe a different color than this gray. Maybe like a brown or something. It's going to be a little more satisfying to see some other color there. So speaking of which, mixing this dark brown. looks pretty good. Okay. So I think I want to paint the figures now, or the figure now. Although, did I do anything more to that? Maybe I'll leave the painting for right now. So, where should we start here? Let's go back to this picture. Oops, let's put it on the screen. So I'm gonna mix this yellow again. So it's my gray, but now I'm gonna put, I wonder, can I just start putting yellow into my grays? No, I'll hold off just yet, because I might want to come back to that. So let's take this white, a little bit of yellow, this gray. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go to small. In fact, maybe I'm gonna go even smaller than that. Ari says, "Okay, guys, I gave up. I made mistakes that I don't have the time to fix. Then I had dinner too and want to start over the whole paintings that I will at some point." I think you're probably being a little hard on yourself. Okay. So light coming from this direction. Just dry that brush off a bit. Okay, let's blow dry that. So I just moved my outline just off camera here just so that I can use it as reference. I want to even... I'll see about this attachment on his body here. Let's go darker now. Let's take a bit more black. Again, I'm just putting a bit of glazing fluid in here. Again, I'm going to dip back into my yellow. It's because the black might have gotten rid of a lot of that color. That does have a bit of a, maybe too much of a yellowy green quality, so I'm just going to reincorporate more black into that mixture. So with these wrinkles, I'm trying to be as random as possible. Paint the dome here. So this thing on his chest there, let's try to tackle that. So I didn't mean to paint this so yellowy, but that's okay. It's actually going to help it kind of stand out from the rest of this outfit here. Okay, let's look. Take this much darker gray. Some glazing fluid. I'm going to put this inside the helmet here. So some people will start at their darkest value and then work and get lighter. And some people start at their lightest value and get darker. I'm a little bit in between there. I kind of like starting in the middle and then expanding in both directions. Whatever works. I mean, I can't remember offhand, but I'm sure there's been times where I have started off darker and spent the whole episode lightening. And I'm sure there's some where I've just started off light and just progressively got darker. Kind of, you know, it depends on the picture, I suppose. Let me think if there's a offhand rule. I mean, sometimes, I suppose if it's like a darker painting, like I'm thinking of like maybe like the Goya, since it got brought up earlier, Saturn devouring his children. I think I probably started lighter, and then just progressively got darker and darker and darker and darker. Whereas what's a painting I've done that's, I suppose if it was very light, I might start off, like maybe it's getting some of the darker things in there so that I can see where I'm painting, and then just progressively lightening things. Okay, let's blow dry all that. Sorry. Ari says, next month I'll post as I paint like everyone. No matter if I like the result of the painting or not, I'd mostly like feedback on those I didn't find successful. Which makes sense. You know, I can understand why everybody wants to post their best paintings, and but when they're totally finished and you're super happy with them, there's not a lot I can offer to help. I mean, to make them better, right? You already sort of feel like you've done your best, and versus when people post something they're kind of struggling with, I have a little bit more of an opportunity for me to help you. And not everybody, necessarily wants to have someone say something critical about it. Sometimes they're just like, I did this, I'm proud of this thing I created. And they want, a little bit of acknowledgement. I mean, maybe people won't admit that, but we all want to feel seen and heard, and but there's definitely times where people are like, there's just something about this just driving me bonkers. What's going on? Why isn't it turning out the way I expect it to? So I love using glazing for adding shadows like this. It's so effective, and it's so relatively easy to do, and it has great, just the results are fantastic. So Get a little glazing fluid to make this white get into some of these texture of the canvas a little bit better. Victoria says, "Hi, Mark. I sent you $20 last week via PayPal. Did you get it?" Probably. I mean, if you used your name, sometimes people use all sorts of different names on here on YouTube and on the Facebook group and then on PayPal. If you sent it to the email address there, then I would have got it. I don't know offhand if you sent it in. If you sent it to someone else, you probably would have got some sort of notification saying it didn't go through if you had the email wrong or something like that, or it would expire. So I don't know if... And also, my last name is Markowsky. My first name's Michael, right? So a common mistake. I had a teacher in college who called me Mark Markowsky for my entire undergrad, which was just very funny. People, I still think about that all the time. Doesn't bother me. I get other people's names wrong myself all the time, so I have zero expectation of someone getting my name right. I do thank you very much for your donation, though. That is awesome, super generous, and greatly appreciated. It absolutely helps. You know, all of the supplies, the electricity, the internet, all this stuff adds up. So when I have people like yourselves help out, it helps keep this train running. So here's my split primary palette in outer space. Yeah. And I'm deliberately kind of putting it in little globs of paint there to There's a little bit of texture. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh, goodness. Let's blow dry that. Pascal, you are troublemaker. So Pascal says, trap. The rocket's shadow in the painting will go in which direction? Good question. I would probably say it should probably be going almost exactly the opposite of all the other shadows, because if you imagine it being, I guess if I do it opposite here, right? So then if you imagine it there, and the light's also going that direction, so then, yeah, it should probably be in the opposite direction. Very good point. I don't know if I'm going to paint. I kind of like it in this unfinished state, though. So I might leave it like that. Oh my goodness. What am I doing here? This is crazy town. Victoria says, I had to leave the room. I don't know if you answered my question. First of all, again, thanks so much for your donation, Victoria. I really do appreciate your support. Absolutely. I don't know offhand if I received it, but probably I did. It just goes automatic deposit into the bank. So if you went through the PayPal link below, 100% it would have gone through. If there was any problem, it would have been bounced back, and you would have got a message almost instantaneously saying there was some sort of a problem. Oh, you did great. Awesome. Thanks again. I really do appreciate your support for sure. Okay, so yeah, well, I've got this next thing queued up here. So now, really, we're getting close to some final details. I want to just now work on the face, the portrait there. And I got to get this done in about 20 minutes. So, perfect. I like a little bit of kick in the butt to get things done here. So let's bring up... Well, there's my sketch. That's helpful for just the lighting and the shape of my face. Okay, so we gotta mix some skin tones here. I need also a little bit more warm red. Okay, so let's take our warm yellow. Osnul says, where's the Dali mustache? TWT. What does TWT stand for? That was terrific. I don't know what TWT. Talk with tonsils. Terrible witness testimony. Totally with teeth. Too wide toenails. Okay, these are all maybe a bit too yellowy. Let's put a bit... Whoa, that's now a bit too... That's a good blush. Let's take some of this, come over here. Oops. Is that a bit more blue and red? TWT is just a face, LOL. How does that look like a face? A happy crying, what does it say? Happy crying face. Huh. You kids and your emojis and things. Us old folks here just left in perpetual confusion with the pace of change of life today. Okay, so let's take this darker value. Go in the opposite direction now. Let's So to make some lips, I'm taking some of this, my warm red, mixing it into this color a little bit, so it's not just pure bright lipstick red. Let's turn this into a dark brown. Myself a pompadour here. take this brown, mix it into some glazing fluid to make it easier to paint with. In fact, actually, before I do that, I'm going to blow dry this. Book a car so I can go get my daughter. Also, so one reason I just use the blow dryer there is that I'm about to try to make like small details, and if this is nice and dry and I make a big boo-boo, I can just wipe it away and I don't disturb anything that's there. If it's wet and I try to wipe stuff away, I might smear the nose, and that could be just like super frustrating. And so when you get close to the end of the painting, it's in some ways it's a time to slow down. I wonder what kind of patch I should put on. blow dry that. Okay, so we're almost done. Just maybe some small little finishing touches around this painting. And, because I gotta run here very soon. Yikes. Okay, so let's. Notice I got little splotches of paint. Remember, that's why I saved my black from earlier for potential little touch-ups just like that. Maybe I just want to zoom back out and just think about what urgently needs to be done here. I guess this patch so let's kind of just ape this weird patch. Is there any more? Maybe before I do that patch, I'm just going to go around with a little bit of black while I got it, so I don't have to clean my brush a second time. So little outlines like this just help kind of clean everything up and Give some precision right at the very end. It can also be very easy to overdo it, so you kind of want to be careful about. I remember when I was in art school, I had teachers I just drove them crazy with outlining. I've always really liked outlining things, and they would always just constantly emphasize, it's just outlining, it's sloppy and lazy. You want to try to paint things, not draw things. When you're using paint, like, use the color to create edges, not outlines. And that's, it's a fair criticism. I totally see that point of view. But I also think that's a point of view rooted in a particular kind of style and approach. And because throughout history there's been lots of cultures that have used thick black outlines throughout. There's nothing. So that kind of bias against outlining is definitely a Western thing. I might be kind of overdoing it a bit. Maybe I should put the brush down here soon, but just like follow your instinct. It goes for things that I say people should or shouldn't do. Hopefully I'm not saying I hope I'm not saying too many don't do things. I think if it works for you, then that's what you should do. As soon as it stops working for you, then do something different. It's like I feel like, should I do those shadows a little bit darker? Should I darken the inside of that helmet? Barbara says, maybe we should all paint our greatest aspiration. I love that. That's a great challenge, Barbara. I love that idea. You are onto it. So now I'm just going to take some white and do the opposite. Okay, I'm also thinking there should probably be some big reflection on the helmet. How would that look? Okay, you know, before I do that helm, and if I do a reflection, I'm gonna get the shoulder patch in here. I mean, I don't know what the actual patch would look like because it's decades away. Well, not hopefully not, but probably something like that, maybe with a bit of I don't know, just making something up there. Don't really see any other colors on here, hey? Really wish I had more time to do the helmet and the earth in the background. Let's see. Where would it be? Some sort of yellow, probably? Okay, let's take... I'm going to blow dry that. I love that comment, Barbara. Where would the water to clean your brushes be? And there should be a little rag floating away. That's brilliant. I wish I had another hour. I gotta run here in like 2 minutes. Okay, I think I gotta call it a day. So... Okay, so we're at that time of the episode where I gotta say goodbye, and we'll compare, or it's not really a comparison with this one, but to see, do a little self-evaluation, see how we feel about this. Okay. And quickly, before we do, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you, about 75 to 80% of people who watch this channel are not subscribers, it would change my life if even just double the amount of people that normally subscribe, which is only, well, for me, it's, it's like 150 people a week, which is great. But if there's 300 people a week, I would be able just to do this full time, right? So if you want to support the channel by just doing that, that is a huge help. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, like Victoria did earlier, you can use the PayPal link down below to send $1, $5, whatever's convenient. You can use the YouTube Super Chat while we're live, although YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate. So your best bet is PayPal or send an e-transfer or a check. You can send an e-transfer. My email's on my website and the Facebook group. Those links are down below. You could send a check by contacting me through the email, and then I can send an address, etc. Don't just mail things to the university I teach at, because right now I'm on sabbatical, so I'm not there. Sometimes I go by the campus just to check my mailbox, but I'm not always there. So I'm not even going to tell you. Well, it's those of you that know where I teach, but I won't even mention it in the same sentence to avoid any confusion. So let's take a look at, here was my sketch that I came up with. And then there's the resulting painting. As I said, I would love to have had a little bit more time to put the earth up in the sky there. I think that would have looked kind of cool. But I mean, I think I got accomplished what I wanted. You can see there's like little discolorations in the sky there. That's okay. That's just because of the particular light I have here. I think if I look at it in a different angle, I probably wouldn't see that. Yeah, and then there was also this little digital collage I created there to help get my ideas in order, and obviously no longer in socks. Wearing socks on the moon, that would be interesting, although I think that would be kind of tricky. You know, as I look at this, I do see other things. I'm going to dip back into my black that I made at the very beginning of the episode. Now, hopefully that should be the exact same color that's back there. I should be careful when you do stuff like this at the very end of an episode, because you never know what you're going to get. Anyway, so let's compare a little. Let's zoom in a little bit. I guess there's not really anything to zoom in on, so maybe I'll just go in here. So I'm pretty happy with all these little footprints and things going on down there. I feel like I could have darkened that shadow, made it even darker. But, that's something if I had more time, and I could also put a little nuance in the shadow of maybe a few darker rocks and stuff. I like how the painting turned out. I even kind of like how, just because of time constraints, it has this unfinished quality. I kind of like that. It looks like I just started painting that rocket, right? And then as we go up a little bit further, the space suit I think turned out well. A little bit of a reflection on the dome there I think works really well. I mean, technically that would be, if that was, there'd have to be some special technology that my face wouldn't just burn into a crisp underneath that dome if the full force of the sun was right at it. So let's just say in a few years some sort of technology has been developed to protect the face, protect whatever intense, unfiltered sun rays are normally bombarding a spaceman or space woman or space person. Very cool. I do like the idea of the floating rag though, Barbara. That would be fun for future painting. Okay, so thank you everyone for painting along with me. Let's see that one last time, for keeping me company over the past few hours. Enjoy the rest of your morning, evening, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. You're doing the world a service by making art, putting it out into the world, sharing your passion for art with your friends and your family. That encourages more people to find creative ways to express themselves. If everyone had a creative outlet for their emotions and thoughts, I think we'd be living in a much more peaceful, beautiful world. So thank you for helping to make that, our world, a little bit more peaceful and beautiful. We'll see you again tomorrow. We're going to be looking at Courbet, The Desperate Man. One of my favorite paintings, a very iconic painting. Even if it doesn't ring a bell, you probably have seen it somewhere, if not in some sort of a meme. Okay, so until then, upwards and beyond, my fellow travelers. We will see you when we both return to Earth. Okay, have a good night, everybody. Bye.